distant voice still calls my name. Across the years, across the rain, the days we knew have slipped away, like autumn shadows at the end of day. Yet every sunset brings you near, as if you've never disappeared. One more sunset, one more sky, one more memory passing by. Though time has carried us apart, one more sunset, one more flame, still I whisper your forgotten name. You're the song that never left my heart. I wonder where your road has gone, beneath what stars you're living on. Do echoes of those days remain, or have they faded with the years? I've seen the seasons come and go, watched countless rivers gently flow, but some things time could never change. The place you hold inside my soul. One more sunset, one more sky, one more memory passing by. Though time has carried us apart, one more sunset, one more flame, still I whisper your forgotten name. You're the song that never left my heart. No, I don't ask to meet again or turn the hands of time. Some roads were meant to drift away beyond the grand design. But when the evening shadows fall and silence fills the air, I find you waiting in my thoughts, as if you're still right there. One more sunset, one more prayer. Sometimes I feel your presence there, drifting softly through the fading light. One more sunset, one more sigh, until the day I say goodbye. You'll remain within my heart. One more sunset, one more sky, and when my final day arrives, you'll be the memory I carry home. coat was heavy from the rain. The road was bending out of sight. You tried to laugh and hide the pain, but I could see it in the light. The morning trucks were passing slow, their headlights fading through the gray. You said I'll manage on my own, but I walked beside you anyway. There are burdens no one names, there are miles no map can show, but if your steps begin to fail, I'll be a shoulder for the road. I'll be a shoulder for the road. When the hill is long and wide, not because you are a weight, but because you're on my side. I'll be a shoulder for the road, through the weather and the storm. No one has to cross the dark all alone. We passed a field of broken fences, a church bell far behind the trees. You kept your hands inside your pockets, like you were hiding from the breeze. I didn't ask what made you tired, I didn't ask what pulled you low. Some wounds don't need an answer, they only need somewhere to go. There are nights that bend the back, there are years that steal the glow, but when the world becomes too much, I'll be a shoulder for the road. I'll be a shoulder for the road. When the hill is long and wide, not because you are a weight, but because you're on my side. I'll be a shoulder for the road, through the weather and the storm. No one has to cross the dark all alone. Maybe strength is not a lantern shining high above the rain. Maybe strength is just 2 footsteps moving slowly through the pain. And if the morning finds us weary, with the valley still below, take my arm and keep on walking. We still have some road to go. I'll be a shoulder for the road, when the hill is long and wide, not because you are a weight, but because you're on my side. I'll be a shoulder for the road, through the weather and the storm. No one has to cross the dark all alone. Your coat was heavy from the rain. The sky was turning gold. I took the weight across my arm, and we kept walking down the road.
The sheets were folded at the edge, where your hand had been before. The room was holding back the sun, like it could stop the door. Your shirt was lying on the chair, your watch was by the glass. We spoke in little careful words and let the minutes pass. I knew you had to leave today, you knew I understood, but knowing does not make it kind, and silence never could. When morning knew too much, it touched the window slow. It laid its light across your face, like it was time to go. When morning knew too much, I held my breath and smiled, trying not to break the love we borrowed for a while. The coffee waited in the cup, but neither of us drank. You traced a circle on the table, then looked away and thanked me for all the gentle things we never learned to name. Some endings do not close the heart, they only change its shape. I did not ask you for a vow, you did not ask me to stay, but something in the pale blue room was taking us away. When morning knew too much, it touched the window slow. It laid its light across your face, like it was time to go. We borrowed for a while. Maybe we were only meant to be a quiet page, a tenderness between two hearts that could not leave the stage. And if your road should turn someday by some familiar door, I hope you'll think of how before we asked for more. When morning knew too much, sheets were folded at the edge, and morning knew too much.
The corner store went dark at 10. The moon was leaning on the wires. A black cat crossed the avenue, then vanished by the tires. I heard a laugh behind the glass, too low to be the wind. The streetlights blinked like sleepy eyes, then opened up again. I told myself to keep on walking. I told my shadow not to run, but something clicked behind my shoulder, like the night had just begun. Footsteps after 12, coming down the empty streets. No face in the window, no name beneath the beat. Footsteps after 12, moving closer to the sound. When the clock starts talking, you don't turn around. A velvet coat beneath the awning was hanging with no one inside. The payphone rang beside the alley, then swallowed up the line. A poster peeled from off the wall and whispered through the rain. I saw my name in broken neon, then it flickered out again. I tried to laugh, I tried to whistle, but the tune came out too thin. The pavement tapped a little rhythm, and the dark began to grin. Footsteps after 12, coming down the empty street. No face in the window, no name beneath the beat. Footsteps after 12, moving closer to the sound. When the clock starts talking, you don't turn around. Maybe it was only thunder, maybe it was only shoes, maybe it was just the city playing tricks in midnight blue. But when the last train left the station and the silence took a bow, something tapped beside my heartbeat and whispered, "Not yet, no!" Footsteps after 12, coming down the empty street. No face in the window, no name beneath the beat. Footsteps after 12, moving closer to the sound. When the clock starts talking, you don't turn around. The clock struck once, the street went still, and something laughed beyond the hill. The curtains held a line of blue. The city had not found its sound. I sat beside an empty cup and watched the morning settle down. Your letter lay across the chair, half open like a tired hand. I read the part where you said goodbye and tried my best to understand. I did not break, I only stood too still to even breathe. And somewhere in that pale first light, I made this vow to me. The promise I made at dawn was never to fall that way again, never to leave my heart unguarded, waiting at the edge of pain. The promise I made at dawn was carved where no one else could see. But every time the morning comes, it brings your name back home to me. I put your photograph away behind a drawer that barely closed, but some goodbyes remain in place, like dust upon a Sunday coat. The street below began to wake, a bus sighed softly in the rain, and all the words I meant to say returned without a place to stay. I thought a heart could teach itself to keep the windows drawn, but love still crossed the quiet room before the day moved on. The promise I made at dawn was never to fall that way again, never to leave my heart unguarded, waiting at the edge of pain. The promise I made at dawn was carved where no one else could see. But every time the morning comes, it brings your name back home to me. Maybe I was only trying to make a shelter out of pride. Maybe sorrow has a language that the daylight cannot hide. If I could walk through one more morning without turning toward your door, I might believe the vow I made could hold me anymore. The promise I made at dawn was never to fall that way again, never to leave my heart unguarded, waiting at the edge of pain. The promise I made at dawn was carved where no one else could see. But every time the morning comes, it brings brings your name back home to me. The curtains held a line of blue. The day moved gently on. I kept the promise in my hands and lost it with the dawn. Found your note inside a book. Between the pages, worn and thin, the words were faded at the edge, but still knew where my hands had been. The afternoon was turning pale. Curtains moved without a sound. I sat beside the quiet chair where all our small things gathered round. I thought the years would clear the room and teach my heart to be unkind. But some old songs remain for all the feelings left behind. This is a song for the feelings left behind, for the words I folded once and never signed, for the cup still turned toward your side, for the door I never closed inside. This is a song for the feelings left behind, for the part of you that time could never find. I tried to lay the past down gently, but it kept moving through my mind. The neighbor's radio played low, a tune we used to know by chance. It filled the kitchen for a while, like someone asking me to dance. I smiled before I knew I had, then looked away from what it meant. Some memories do not return, they simply never left. I thought I'd learn another way to leave your name outside the lines, but every road came back to all the feelings left behind. This is a song for the feelings left behind, for the words I folded once and never signed, for the cup still turned toward your side, for the door I never closed inside. This is a song for the feelings left behind, for the part of you that time could never find. I tried to lay the past down gently, but it kept moving through my mind. Maybe I was younger then. Maybe I mistook the rain for something passing through the street, and not a season with your name. Now I keep the window open when the evening settles low, not because I think you'll come, but because I cannot let it close. This is a song for the feelings left behind, for the words I folded once and never signed, for the cup still turned toward your side, for the door I never closed inside. This is a song for the feelings left behind, for the part of you that time could never find. I tried to lay the past down gently, but it kept moving through my mind. I found your note inside a book and left it where the years were kind.
I packed the silence in a box and left it by the door. The morning touched the window glass like it had done before. I watched your shadow cross the wall and fade into the light. There are goodbyes that break the heart without a single fight. I never wanted this to end. I never dreamed we'd stand this way. But love can sometimes speak the truth in words we cannot say. If love means letting go, then I will set you free. Though every breath I take tonight still brings you back to me. If love means letting go, I'll bless the road you choose and hide the tears I never show. If love means letting go. Your coat is missing from the chair. Your key is off the chain. But every room remembers you like sunlight after rain. I thought that holding on was love. I thought that love would stay. But sometimes what the heart must do is turn and walk away. I will not ask you to return. I will not call you mine. But I will keep the part of you that time can't leave behind. If love sure. If love means letting go, maybe love is not a promise written only to remain. Maybe love is giving shelter, then standing in the rain. And if you find another morning where your heart can finally rest, I will whisper through the sorrow that I loved you at my best. If love means letting go, then I will set you free. Though every dream I had with you still lives inside of me. If love means letting go, I'll bless the road you choose and carry on the love we knew, like something I can't lose. If love means letting go, then go where you must go. I will love you from the silence more than you will ever know. The evening light rests on your name like gold upon an open page. I thought the years would change the flame, but love has found a quieter age. The world has turned the seasons past. The roses learn to bow and bend, but some things hold beyond the past and softly bloom again. I do not need the stars to stay. I do not need the moon to shine. For every light I ever knew still lives where your heart touched mine. You are the love that never fades, the song that time could not erase, the gentle light that still remains in every shadow, every place. You are the love that never fades, still growing where the memories lie. A quiet flower in my heart that never learned to say goodbye. I keep your laughter in the rain. I hear your voice in morning air. And though the road has changed its name, I still can feel you everywhere. The photographs may lose their glow, grow thin with years, but love has roots too deep to show, and blooms beyond the tears. I do not ask for yesterday, I do not reach for what is gone, but in the silence of my soul, your light keeps moving on. You are the love that never fades, the song that time could not erase, the gentle light that still remains in every shadow, every place. You are the love that never fades, still growing where the memories lie. A quiet flower in my heart that never learned to say goodbye. Maybe love is not a moment, maybe love is not a flame, maybe it is something tender that survives without a name. And if the years should take my voice, if all the songs are laid to rest, I know your love will still be there, a garden in my chest. You are the love that never fades, the song that time could not erase, the gentle light that still remains in every shadow, every place. You are the love that never fades, still growing where the memories lie. A quiet flower in my heart that never learned to say goodbye. The evening light rests on your name, and love still blooms the same.
The clock kept moving on the wall, but time had nothing left to say. Your coat was hanging by the door, like you had only stepped away. The coffee cooled beside the glass, the morning light came pale and slow. I tried to call your name again, but empty rooms already know. I told myself I would be strong, I told myself I'd carry on, but every breath fell out of place after you were gone. After you were gone, the house forgot the sound of rain. Every wind it slipped between the clouds. Your photograph beside the bed still catches evening when it falls. I turn the radio down low, but I still hear you in the walls. The street outside keeps moving on. The neighbors laugh, the children run, but everything I used to be went quiet with the setting sun. I never knew a heart could break without a word, without a sound, until I woke and found my world was nowhere to be found. After you were gone, the house forgot the sound of rain. Every window held your shadow, every room remembered pain. After you were gone, I learned how silence can be loud. I kept reaching for your memory, but it slipped between the clouds. Maybe I should have held you closer. Maybe I should have seen the signs. Maybe love was standing near me and I was always out of time. Now the night comes through the curtains like a song I cannot end, and I would give up all my tomorrows just to hear your voice again. After you were gone, the house forgot the sound of rain. Every window held your shadow, every room remembered pain. After you were gone, I learned how silence can be loud. I kept reaching for your memory, but it slipped between the clouds. The clock kept moving on the wall, but I could not move on. Nothing ever felt the same after you were gone.
Morning sun is on the sidewalk, bluebirds singing on the wire. I put my shoes beside something that the wind has yet to know. I'll be waiting by the mailbox with my ribbon in my hair, hoping there's a line from you saying you still care. I'll be waiting by the mailbox till the afternoon is through. Every envelope I dream of always leads me back to you. If your words are on their way, I will save a little smile. I will keep the porch light glowing for another little while. And if the paper holds your heart, I will read it once then twice, fold it like a Sunday prayer and keep it safe tonight. I'll be waiting by the mailbox with my ribbon in my hair, hoping there's a line from you saying you still care. I'll be waiting by the mailbox till the evening turns to blue. Every letter that I'm longing for is just another piece of you. I'll be waiting by the mailbox, dreaming of a word from you.
There was dust upon the chapel road and moonlight on the hill. We were young enough to be afraid, but proud enough to still
Hold our hands against the wind while the lantern shook with flame. No one knew what morning held, but everyone knew your name.
You turned to me and tried to smile. The stars were cold and bright.
Then somewhere past the olive trees, a sound broke through the night. The night we heard the drums rolling from the valley low. We stood beneath the same old sky, with nowhere left to go. The night we heard the drums, we were young and full of fire, holding on to every dream like a prayer upon a wire.
A faded flag beside the wall was trembling in the air. Someone whispered not to run, someone whispered a prayer.
Your hand was shaking next to mine, but you never looked away. And in your eyes I saw the dawn before it touched the day.
I still remember every sound, the horses far behind,
And the song we tried to sing to keep our hearts in time.
the night we heard the drums
rolling from the valley low. We stood beneath the same old sky, with nowhere left to go. The night we heard the drums, we were young and full of fire, holding on to every dream like a prayer upon a wire.
Years have taken many roads and turned our names to rain,
But some nights never leave the heart, they only change their pain.
If you can hear me, oh my friend, beyond the hills and years,
I still see that silver light, I still remember tears.
the night we heard the drums rolling from the valley low, we stood beneath the same old sky with nowhere left to go.
The night we heard the drums, we were young and full of fire, and the echoes of that distant night still carry our desire.
There was dust upon the chapel road and moonlight on the hill. The drums have faded long ago,
But I can hear them still.
I wrote your name on a page last night, then watched the ink fade into blue. The lamp was low, the room was still, and every silence sounded like you. There are feelings I cannot explain. They fall between the lines I try, like morning rain upon the glass, like one more cloud across the sky. I could say I miss you, I could say I care, but every simple sentence disappears into the air. When words are not enough to tell you what you mean to me, I let the quiet speak in places only hearts can see. When words are not enough, I hold the moment soft and true, and all I cannot say still finds its way to you. The kitchen radio plays so low, an old familiar melody. It takes me back to younger days, when love was more than it could be. Coffee cup, the window light, the chair you used to pull aside. They say the things I never could, and keep your memory close inside. I could write 1,000 lines and still leave one unsaid. Some songs are born from silence, some prayers are never read. When words are not enough, way to you. Maybe love is not a promise, maybe love is not a claim, maybe it is just the trembling when someone says your name. And if I never find the language, if the lines all come undone, you will always be the meaning I was reaching for someone. When words are not enough to tell you what you mean to me, I let the quiet speak in places only hearts can see. When words are not enough, I hold the moment soft and true, and all I cannot say still finds its way to you. When words are not enough, my heart still speaks of you. Kept a ticket in his coat, folded like a secret prayer. A little town behind his eyes, and morning in his hair. He never learned to say goodbye, he only smiled and looked away, like someone hearing distant trains before the break of day. There was a light beside the road, there was a name he never said, and every place that held him close was already in his head. He was the boy who never stayed, the one who watched the seasons turn. He carried love from town to town, but never knew how to return. He was the boy who never stayed, a shadow in the evening rain, leaving pieces of his heart at every window, every train. A postcard waited in his hand, with words he could not send. The motel light was pale and low, the road would call again. He thought the world was made of dreams, of silver skies and open miles, but all the songs he chased at night led back to someone's smile. There was a chair beside the door, there was a cup left on the sill, and though he moved from place to place, some part of him stayed still. He was the boy who never stayed, the one who watched the seasons turn. carried love from town to town, but never knew how to return. He was the boy who never stayed, a shadow in the evening rain, leaving pieces of his heart at every window, every train. Maybe he was looking for a home he had already known. Maybe every road he took was leading him alone. And if you ask where he has gone, the answer fades with yesterday. Some people live inside your heart, but never learn to stay. He was the boy who never stayed, the one who watched the seasons turn. He carried love from town to town, but never knew how to return. He was the boy who never stayed, still walking through the evening rain, leaving pieces of his heart at every window, every train. A folded ticket in his coat, a quiet road, a fading day. Somewhere beyond the morning light, the boy still walks away.
The morning light is resting on your chair. A folded coat still hangs beside the door. I hear your name in places no one hears, like footsteps on a faded wooden floor. I never meant to carry this so long, let it live behind a quiet smile. But some truths stay where they belong, waiting in the heart for one more while. I would not ask you to turn around, I would not ask you to stay, but there is something in this silence I never found the courage to say. If I could tell you once, just once before the evening falls, I would say your name so softly, it would barely touch the walls. If I could tell you once, without asking anything from you, I would leave my heart there gently and let the night decide what's true. The coffee cup has cooled beside the glass. The streetlight paints your shadow in my mind. Some moments do not fade into the past, they only learn a quieter way to shine. that life has taken us apart, and time has changed the road beneath our shoes. But somewhere in the corner of my heart, I still keep a tender place for you. I would not reach for yesterday, I would not make you choose. But love can live without a promise and still have everything to lose. If I could tell you once, just once before the evening falls, I would say your name so softly, it would barely touch the walls. If I could tell you once, without asking anything from you, I would leave my heart there gently and let the night decide what's true. Maybe love is not a door, maybe love is just a light burning in a distant window on the other side of night. And if you never turn to see it, if you never feel it near, I will still be thankful for the feeling that I carried all these years. If I could tell you once, just once before the evening falls, I would say your name so softly, it would barely touch the walls. If I could tell you once, without asking anything from you, I would leave my heart there gently, like a song you almost knew. If I could tell you once, I think you'd know I loved you quietly and let you go.
I chase the lights of distant cities like a dream I had to find. Every street was full of promises, every star was in my eyes. I believe the world was waiting just beyond the next horizon. So I followed every shining road, leaving yesterday behind. But the higher I was climbing, the more I seemed to see. The things I thought were everything were never meant for me. Beyond the city lights, there's a place I still recall, where the evenings felt much longer and life wasn't rushing at all. Beyond the city
went by like passing trains, too fast to understand. Faces came and disappeared like footprints in the sand. Yet somewhere in the quiet moments, when the night begins to fall, I hear a distant voice reminding me what mattered most of all. And if I had the chance to do it all again, I'd still walk every mile I've known. For every dream and every mistake helped me find my way back home. Beyond the city lights, beyond the fame and fleeting years, I found the things that truly matter in the laughter and the tears. Beyond the city lights, as the evening colors fade, I finally see the life I wanted was never far away. Beyond the city lights, I found my way home.
The evening paints the window gold as another day slips by. I sit alone beside the fire and watch the fading sky. The years have carried me so far, down roads I never knew. Yet every sunset finds a way to bring me back to you. Though the world keeps turning like pages in the wind, some memories stay forever young, no matter where we've been. The road to yesterday leads me through the light, past the dreams we used to hold and the stars that fill the night. The road to yesterday still calls my name somehow, and in my heart I see your face as clearly as right now. I hear your laughter in the rain, I see your shadow in the dawn. And though the years have changed so much, the feeling through the glow. The road to yesterday still leads me home. Followed roads through distant lands, chased horizons far away, watched the sun rise over mountains and fade at the end of day. I've gathered stories like fallen leaves scattered by the years. Some were filled with laughter, some were touched by tears. And now the evening finds me standing where the shadows roam, listening to a whisper calling me back home. The wind carries me home across the fields of time, through every road I've ever taken, through every mountain I have climbed. The wind carries me home beyond the setting sun, to the place where all my memories still shine like they were young. The faces that I once knew still visit in my dreams, like reflections on a river or moonlight on a stream. Though many years have passed away and seasons came and went, the warmth of those I loved remains like a song heaven sent. Perhaps we're all just travelers passing through the years, searching for a place to rest beyond our hopes and fears. The wind carries me home, not with sorrow or regrets, but with gratitude for every path and every soul I've met. The wind carries me home where my heart has always been, and in the quiet of the evening I feel whole I've said I love you many times in whisper whispered it before the dawn, but every time I hear those words, I feel there's something missing still. For how can simple words explain the way you've shaped my life? How can a single phrase contain the years we've shared inside? If every star could speak for me and every wave could sing, they still could never tell you all the feelings that you bring. More than these words, more than 1,000 lines, more than every song I've ever sung or every dream of mine. More than these words, you'll always mean to me. For some hearts hold a love so deep, it reaches eternity. The seasons changed around us like pages turning slow, yet every year has only shown how much I've come to know. That love is not the promises of flowers left behind. It's being there through every storm and every passing time. And if one day the lights grow dim and evening fills the sky, you'll still be the quiet melody that never says goodbye. More than these words, more than memories remain, more than all the years between us, or sunshine after rain. More than these words, my heart still softly knows the greatest things I've ever felt are the things I cannot show. The city sleeps beneath the rain. A lonely clock strikes 12. A faded song comes through the dark from a station somewhere else. The room is filled with shadows now. The window softly glows, and with that old familiar tune, a distant memory flows. Funny how a melody can open hidden doors and bring back all the yesterdays we thought we'd lost before. Midnight radio, playing songs from long ago.
whispers drifting through the air from nights I spent with you. The world kept moving on its way. The seasons came and went, but some songs never really leave, no matter where they're sent. And though the signal fades away before the morning light, the memories stay quietly, keeping me company tonight. Midnight radio, one last song before the dawn, a reminder that the best of times are never truly gone. Midnight radio, still shining from afar, like an old friend in the darkness, or a faithful guiding star.
I try to hold the pieces of a love that used to be, pretending nothing changed at all, for your sake and for me. But every smile grew heavier, every word became alive, and silence filled the spaces where honesty should lie. I never meant to hurt you, I never meant to walk away, but keeping you inside a dream would hurt you more someday. Some hearts deserve the truth, even when it breaks them apart, even when the night grows colder and tears fall in the dark. Some hearts deserve the truth more than promises that fade, for love is not a prison, and honesty is not betrayal. The hardest words are often the ones we fear to say, because they change tomorrow and take yesterday away. It's somewhere beyond the sadness, beyond the falling rain, there is freedom in the truth and healing in the pain. Perhaps you'll hate me for a while, perhaps you'll never understand, but I'd rather leave you honesty than hold you with a trembling hand.
even though it hurts today. One day you'll see I loved you enough to tell the truth and walk away.
In the quiet of the evening, when the city fades away, I hear the ghosts of conversations that were never meant to stay. There were questions left unanswered, there were truths we never shared. And sometimes in the silence, I wonder if you cared. Time has carried us like rivers, far beyond those distant years. Yet some echoes keep returning, whispering through my ears. The words we never heard still linger in the air, like pages from a story that was never really there. The words we never heard still travel through the night, like stars behind the clouds, hidden from our sight. I remember all the moments when we stood so close in time, yet the things that mattered most were somehow left behind. Perhaps we feared the answers, perhaps we feared the pain, so we let the silence grow like shadows in the rain. Not every soul finds courage to say the things it keeps. The words we never heard still live inside my mind, not with sorrow or regret, but with a peace I've come to find. The words we never heard will never disappear, for sometimes what remains unspoken is what we hold most dear. There was a time of endless skies, when every dream could touch the sun. The years have carried me away, but those days are never gone. Golden traces in the dusk,
like echoes drifting through the night. They live within the quiet corners as a memory of light. Some moments fade like shadows, some are carried by the wind, but a few remain forever, burning softly from within. The memory of light still shines beyond the years, through every joy and every sorrow, through every smile and tear. The memory of light still guides me through the dark, like a distant star that never fades inside my heart. I've watched the seasons come and go, like pages turning in a book, and every chapter left aglow, far brighter than it looked. The faces and the places may slowly disappear, but the warmth they left behind still feels so near. And when the evening finds me standing where the shadows start, I'll follow those rays of yesterday that still illuminate my heart. The memory of light lives on beyond goodbye, a gentle flame of gratitude that never says goodbye. The memory of light will always be a part of every road I've walked upon, and every beat of my heart.
The leaves were turning shades of gold along that quiet avenue. The city moved in slow motion. The afternoon we met, a gentle wind across the square, a melody from somewhere near. And for a moment time stood still, as if it knew we'd disappear. Some seasons fade into the years, like footprints washed away, but some remain forever bright, no matter how far they drift away. The autumn we never forgot still lives within our hearts. A photograph of golden light that time like a song that keeps on playing long after no one's there. The cafes changed, the streets grew old, the faces came and went, but every falling autumn leaf brings back the days we spent. I see your shadow in the rain, I hear your laughter in the breeze, and suddenly the years between are carried off by memories. Perhaps we were just passing through, two travelers for a while, yet every autumn brings me back to that unforgettable smile. The autumn we never forgot still glows beyond the years, not with sadness or regret, but gratitude and tears. The autumn we never forgot will never truly end, for some seasons become a part of who we've always been. I found an old photograph today, tucked inside a worn-out book. The colors faded long ago, but not the way we looked. There we stood beneath the summer sky, with all our dreams in sight, never knowing time would steal the days we held so tight. The way we smiled still lingers in my mind, like sunlight through an open window from another time. The way we smile still warms my heart somehow, though years have passed between us, I can see it now. The streets have changed, the seasons too. The world moved on its way, but somewhere in my memory, those moments chose to stay. Sometimes I hear an old familiar song, and suddenly I'm there, laughing in a distant afternoon without a single care. I wouldn't change a single page of everything we've known, for every smile became a light,
was more than just a memory. It was a place where life felt simple, and love was wild and free. A gentle light that guides me through the laughter and the tears.
We were young beneath the city lights, chasing shadows in the rain. Every road looked like forever then. Every loss felt like a gain. We believed the world was waiting just beyond the next sunrise, never knowing some directions would stay with us for life. The signs were there beside us, but we never stopped to read. We were following the echoes of the people we would be. The road we couldn't leave still runs through my mind tonight. Through every dream we followed, through every neon light. The road we couldn't leave, though the years have passed us by. It's written in the dust behind us, and the stars above the sky. I've seen victories and heartaches, watched the seasons turn to gold, found some answers in the silence that I couldn't find before. And every mile is left to story, every turn a memory. Some are brighter, some are mornings, some still linger hauntingly. If sorrow or regret, but with understanding now. The road we couldn't leave was never just a road. It was the life we learned to carry, the only home we've known. Found a car by lane 9, one wheel bent, one wheel fine. It squeaked like it knew my name, rolling wild in the rain. Orange juice in the basket, 3 bruised pears in a packet, a receipt stuck to the handle for gum and a candle. You pushed and it pulled back, a tiny silver heart attack. I laughed when it drifted right, then it took off in the lot tonight. Cart parade, spin it fast, let it misbehave. Cart parade, a little steel dream in the checkout grave. Cart parade, we go nowhere but we feel okay. Cart parade. You said grab the broken one, I said that one's more fun. It tilts like it's got a plan, bumps along when we stand. A bruise on the bumper rail, a sticker half worn pale, and every time you turn the key it sounds like a memory. You pushed and it pulled back, a tiny silver heart attack. I laughed when it drifted right, then it took off in the lot tonight. Cart parade, spin it fast, let it misbehave. Cart parade, little steel dream in the checkout grave. Cart parade, we go nowhere but we feel okay. Cart parade. Leave the good sense behind, let the crooked wheel decide. If it wanders off tonight, I'll still follow, I'll still ride. Cart parade, spin it fast, let it misbehave. Cart parade, little steel dream in the checkout grave. Cart parade, we go nowhere but we feel okay. Cart parade. There are words that linger still, like shadows on an old cafe wall. Names I never called again, dreams I watched dissolve. The years have carried me away down roads I couldn't choose. Yet sometimes in the quiet night I hear the echoes too. Not every story finds an ending. Not every heart explains. Some feelings live between the lines of what remains unsaid. The things we never said still whisper through my mind, like pages from a book unfinished, lost between the lines. The things we never said still travel with me now, more than all the words we spoke. They're with me somehow. I wonder if you ever think of moments left behind, of conversations never started, or truths we couldn't find. Perhaps we both were waiting for the perfect time to come, but life keeps turning quietly, and someday never comes. I don't need another chance, or yesterday return. Some lessons only leave their mark through things we never learned. The things we never said still shine like distant stars, not close enough to touch again, but never truly far. The things we never said are part of who we are, living softly in the silence, exactly where they are. The years have passed like drifting rain across the windows of my life. I've learned to smile through lonely days and sleep alone at night. The world kept turning without you. The seasons came and went, but some things stay beneath the skin. No matter where they're sent. People say time will heal every scar and every tear, but some memories grow stronger with every passing year. Some hearts never heal, some wounds never fade, some names still echo in the silence. Long after love has gone away, some hearts till the day they die. I don't regret the love we shared, or all the dreams we knew. I'd rather live with this old pain than never have loved you. And though your face has blurred with time, your presence still remains, like moonlight on an empty road, or sunlight after rain. No, I don't need another chance or promises once more. I only keep the memory of what we had before. Some hearts never heal, some fires never end. They burn beneath the quiet ashes, again and again. Some hearts never heal, and maybe that's alright. For every scar reminds us that we once held something bright. I stood beside the restless sea, watching sunlight fade to gold. The years have left their mark on me, but not upon my soul. The waves still carry distant dreams across the endless blue, and somewhere past the horizon line, a new beginning waits in view. Endless horizon calling me beyond the tide. Endless horizon where the winds and dreams collide. Every mile I've traveled, every road I've known, leads me toward the open sky and a place called home. I've chased the echoes of my youth through seasons come and gone, found some answers on the way, learned to carry on. Now the ocean sings to me in a language soft and clear. was worth the winding mile. Some songs arrive like summer rain, falling softly through the years, bringing back forgotten roads and voices I still hear. A photograph, a passing breeze, a shadow in the afternoon. Every melody unlocks a memory in bloom. Time may take the days away, but some things never leave. They're written in the silent spaces, hidden underneath. We are the songs we carry, the stories in our hearts. Every note a piece of yesterday that never falls apart. We are the songs we carry through every joy and scar, and every life becomes a melody, no matter where we are. Some songs remind us who we were before the world moved on, before the years taught us goodbye and nights became so long. Yet in the music something stays, a light that won't grow dim. The people and the dreams we loved still sing somewhere within. And when the final evening comes and all the roads are done, perhaps we'll hear those old refrains and know where we belong. We are the songs we carry, the echoes of our days. Every tear and every smile still living in the refrain. We are the songs we carry until the journey ends and all the memories become the music of the wind. Through so many things together, the stormy nights and the sunny weather. We built a castle out of hopes and dreams, but now it's breaking at the golden seams. You're standing by the door with packed up bags, while my poor heart just slowly drags. I see the hesitation in your eyes as we prepare to say our last goodbyes. But before you walk away into the night, I love you still. Through the passing years, I love you still. Through the rain and tears, even though we have to drift apart. before the dawn. I turn the pages of our history, a beautiful but faded memory. They say that time will make the feelings fade, but I'm still trapped in the promise we made. The world keeps moving, seasons change their face, but I am frozen in this lonely space. Hear my final cry, rising to the sky.
Wake up early, staring at the pain, smiling at a memory, but you don't say his name. I see the change, the shadow in your eyes, a little distance hidden in your sighs. You wear a new perfume never known before, and you don't kiss me when you walk through the door. You tell me that it's nothing, just a busy day, but I can feel you drifting a million miles away. Oh, don't let my fears be true. You answer with a gasp. You hang up quickly, slipping from my grasp. You say it was a friend, but your hands begin to shake. How many excuses do you think that I can take? The warmth we had is fading into gray. But I'm too afraid to hear the single word that turns into my
staring at the ceiling, losing my mind. It's 3 a.m. and the room is freezing cold, wishing for the ghost of the hand I used to hold. Digital screen glowing in the dark, searching for a faded, long lost spark. The silence is screaming out your name. Every shadow plays the same old game. Just give me a sign, pull me out of this rain before I go insane. Touch me one more time, baby, break my heart again. Let the beautiful illusion begin. Blind my eyes until I see no more. Leave me broken on this bedroom floor. Just one more time. Oh, one more time. Scroll through the pictures on my phone in the crowded city, but I'm so damn alone. Your scent is fading from these empty sheets. I could die and echo on the midnight streets. I'm trapped in the maze of your memory. I throw it all away, every dollar, every dime, just to buy a second of your stolen time. Hear me crying out in the dark. Touch me one more time, baby, break my heart again. Let the beautiful illusion begin. Oh, blind my eyes until I see no more. Leave me broken on this bedroom floor. Just one more time. Oh, one more time. One more time before the morning breaks. Just a ghost in my bed. Miles of ocean keep us apart. A ticking clock inside my heart. I count the days, I count the nights, staring at the distant lights. I hear your voice across the wire, feeding this eternal fire. But words are cold when you're not here. I only need to hold you near. Though the world tries to pull us away, my devotion will never decay. I promise you today. Wherever you go, whatever you do, my entire heart belongs to you. Whatever it takes, through all the heartbreaks, I will be right here waiting for you. inside our sacred space. They say the distance fades the love, like a dying winter dove. But they don't know the vow we made, a bond that will never fade. I will endure the silence, I will survive the rain. Every single tear I cry is worth the joy behind the pain. Just hold on to me. Wherever you go, whatever you do, my entire heart belongs to you. Whatever it takes, through all the heartbreaks, I will be right here waiting for you. Right here waiting, no matter how long, I'll be here.
Teardrops falling on my guitar strings, whispering the winter that your absence brings. I try to run, I try to hide the trace, but everywhere I turn, I see your face. It's been so long since you walked out the door, but my foolish heart keeps begging for more. The embers still burn through the freezing rain. Feelings, oh, these haunting feelings, tearing me apart from the inside out. I wish I could wipe them all away, wash out the dark colors of yesterday. Oh, just empty this bleeding heart of mine. I watch the rain against the window pane, a helpless prisoner of this endless pain. People tell me time will heal the wound, but I'm still dancing to our broken tune. No more love, no more light in my skies, just the fading shadow of your sweet goodbyes. God, take this memory and set me this bleeding heart of mine. Just feelings, nothing more than feelings. Wish I could forget.
The organ plays a haunting line through the corridors of time. We walked along the misty shore where reality lies no more. You held a glass of silver wine, talking in a secret tongue, a jigsaw puzzle of a dream from when the world was young. The ceiling spun, the mirrors cried, a truth we used to hide. And as the room began to fade into the rising tide, the ghost of you was standing there. And so it turned a pale white, a shadow in the silver light. You closed your eyes and slipped away into the shades of yesterday. Oh, white, a shade of pale, drifting on the gale. Oh, the color of your goodbye. The clock was striking 17, a surreal and shifting scene. I reached to touch your frozen hand within this grand machine. The crowd was laughing in the dark, dancing to a silent tune, while we were drowning in the reflection of a broken moon. No
start to burn. You're stumbling now, the shadows getting deep, but I am here, a promise I will keep. Don't look back at the miles we left behind. In this dark world, a little light we'll find. Lean on me, let the cold winds blow. He ain't a burden, he's the blood in my veins. Together we walk through the fires and the rains. The road may be steep, but my heart is so light. We're crossing this valley into the night. Oh, he's my brother. Your pack is heavy and your boots are filled with clay, but we've got tomorrow just a mile away. Let the world turn its back, let them say what they will. We're climbing together up over the hill. If I should stumble, you would do the same. We share the glory, we share the pain. No man is an island in the stormy sea. You are a part of me. He ain't a burden, he's the blood in my veins. Together we walk through the fires and the rains. The road may be steep, but my heart is so light. We're crossing this valley into the night. Oh, he's my brother. Not heavy at all, just my brother. We're almost put on a jacket, I walk down the street, smiling at everyone I chance to meet. They ask how I'm doing, I say I'm doing fine, but they don't see the shadow that you left behind. The music is playing, the laughter is loud. I'm acting my part in the middle of the crowd, but under the surface, the comedy dies, and the truth is waiting in my eyes. Like a knife in the dark,
friends around me, they think that I'm healed. If they only knew what this armor concealed. Why does love have to leave such a permanent scar? Why did you have to tear down who we are? I'm holding my breath as the curtains come down. The loneliest man in this like a knife in the dark, like a cold steel blade. It cuts through the promises that we once made. I'm laughing out loud just to cover the pain, but the bleeding inside keeps on pouring like rain. Oh, it's the sharpest cut of all. Still smiling outside, but the blade is still there. It cuts so deep. Beyond the turning of the years, beyond the laughter and the tears, there's a place I always find, waiting quietly in my mind, where summer never fades away, and golden skies forever stay. A little world untouched by time, preserved within this heart of mine. There's a place beyond the seasons, beyond the winters and the springs, where every memory still dances and every distant echo sings. There's a place beyond the seasons, where the years cannot depart, and the ones we loved remain forever, living softly in the heart. The roads I walked have changed their names. The faces too are not the same, but somewhere past the setting sun, the story of our days lives on. No storm can reach that silent shore, no passing time can ask for more It's sheltered from the world outside, where treasured moments still reside. And when the evening shadows fall, I hear that distant gentle call, not from a voice I've heard before, but from the life I knew once more. There's a place beyond the seasons, beyond the endings and goodbyes, where every smile still shines unbroken beneath remembered skies. There's a place beyond the seasons, and someday when my journey ends, I'll find that road once more and follow where forever gently bends. Is filled with voices and laughter in the air, but somehow through the crowd tonight, you're the only one I see there. The years have gently touched us like autumn on the trees, yet every time I look at you, you bring the world to me. Tonight you shine like the stars above the sea. Tonight you shine like the dream that stayed with me. And when you smile, time just seems to disappear. Tonight you shine brighter than all the years. We've walked through storms together, we've watched the seasons change, but every chapter of our lives has only deepened what remains. And standing here beside you, I realize once more, you're still the light I follow, like I've done before. Tonight you shine with a beauty all your own. Tonight you shine and you still feel like home. And in your eyes I can see our story clear. Tonight you shine brighter than all the years. I walked along that old familiar road, where summer dreams once filled the air. The trees have grown, the years moved on, but somehow I still find you there. place still remains, though different faces come and go, and every step I take today feels like a scene from long ago. The place we used to be still remembers you and me, like echoes drifting through the trees of days that slipped away. The place we used to be lives on inside my memory, and every road comes back somehow to where our hearts once stayed. The river sings the same old song, the evening sun still paints the sky, and for a moment time stands still as your reflection passes by. I don't know where your journey led, or where the years have carried you, but in this place our story stays, forever young and always true. The place we used to be is more than just a memory. It's where a part of me remains, no matter where I go. The place we used to be still feels like home to me, and in the silence of the dusk your presence softly glows. The rain is falling on my window tonight, like a song I've heard 1,000 times. Every drop brings back a memory of days when your hand was close to mine. The streets are shining in the evening light, and suddenly I'm there again, walking through a world we used to know, before the years erased our plans. When the rain comes down, I hear your name somehow, floating softly through the sound of a distant yesterday. When the rain comes down, the memories come around, and for a little while you don't seem so far away. The seasons changed and carried on, like rivers run into the sea. But there are moments time can't take, no matter how hard it tries. A simple melody, a familiar scent, or rain against the glass can bring it all back again. When the rain comes down, I hear your name somehow, floating softly through the And I can almost see your smile shining through the gray when the rain comes down. My heart still turns around to the days we thought would never fade away. When the light fades away and the shadows fill the room, I still find your memory blooming like a rose in June. Years have come and years have gone like waves upon the shore, but every road I've traveled down leads me back once more. And if the stars forget to shine, and if the moon forgets the night, I'll still carry your name in the silence of my heart. When the light fades away and the evening turns to blue, song I'll remember will always be of you. The candles leaned against the wall like they had lost the will to shine. You turned your face toward the music with a glass of fading wine. The room was dressed in old blue velvet. The clock refused to chime, and every step across the floor fell softly out of time. I could not tell if you were leaving or only drifting through. The mirror held another evening that looked too much like you. A glass of fading wine was trembling in your hand, like all the words we never spoke were slipping through the band. A glass of fading violins were not quite playing, but I could hear them still. A waiter passed with empty roses and a moon behind the hill. He said the night was only weather. You said the rain would pass, but something in your quiet smile was breaking like old glass. I tried to ask you where we stood, but language turned to smoke, and all the chandeliers above us listened while we broke. A glass of fading wine was trembling in your hand, like all the words we never spoke were slipping through the band. A glass of fading wine in the ballroom's pale design, and I watched the color leave your eyes, one shadow at a time. Maybe love was only passing in a coat of borrowed light. Maybe we were only dancing at the edge of someone's night. And if the morning found the table with your lipstick on the rim, I would know the song had ended long before the lights grew dim. A glass of fading wine was trembling in your hand, like all the words we never spoke were slipping through the band. A glass of fading wine in the ballroom's pale design, and I watched the color leave your eyes, one shadow at a time. The candles leaned against the wall, and the wine forgot its red.
I used to keep the curtains closed when the sky was turning gray. I walked around with quiet shoes and let the music fade away. Then you came laughing through the doorway with the sunrise on your skin, and all at once the room remembered how a heart begins again. I had forgotten how to move, I had forgotten how to shine, but you put rhythm felt the pavement under my feet, like a story being told. No more waiting by the window for a reason to begin. You took the sorrow from the silence and let the sunlight in. I had been counting every cloudy hour like the rain would never end, but you made every broken morning feel like it could dance again. Light came dancing in when you called my name. Every shadow on the wall started moving out of frame. Light came dancing in and the whole world turned around. You brought the day back to my heart with a bright and golden sound. Maybe joy is not a thunder. Maybe joy arrives in time, in the way somebody sees you when you've almost lost your shine. Now I'm walking through the daylight with the music in my shoes. Every step is saying thank you for the light I found in you. Light came dancing in when you called my name. Every shadow on the wall started moving out of frame. Light came dancing in and the whole world turned around. You brought the day back to my heart with a bright and golden sound. I used to keep the curtains closed till light came dancing. I was tired of waiting by the telephone with the curtains drawn too tight. So I put my red coat over my shoulders and stepped into the night. The sidewalk flashed beneath the street lamps like a record spinning fast. I left my dots inside the doorway with the girl I used to ask. I don't need a promise, I don't need a sign. I can feel the rhythm calling from the other side of midnight. I've got neon on my heels and a fire in my stride. I'm not waiting for the feeling. midnight tells a lie, but I'd rather meet the danger than keep watching life go by. Turn the corner, feel the fever, let the red light start to spin. I'm not asking for permission, I'm already walking in. I've got neon on my heels and a fire in my stride. I'm not waiting for the feeling, I'm taking back the night. I've got neon on my heels, every step says I'm alive. If love is out there burning, I'll find it under city lights. I was tired of waiting by the telephone, so I left it ringing in the night. I found an old photograph this morning in a box I put away. A little face with open wonder before the years had changed my name. She stood there with her arms wide open, like the whole world could be kind. And somewhere in that fearless silence, I saw what I had left behind. There were dreams I used to carry without asking if they'd fall. There was faith I wore so lightly before I learned to fear it all. The child I used to be still lives somewhere in me, still believes in morning light and what a heart can be. The child I used to be still whispers through the years, telling me to stand up gently and not be ruled by fear. I learned to wear a careful smile to hide the places life had bruised, to stand beneath the world's opinions and forget the truth I knew. But every road that tried to change me could not take what once was mine, because the smallest voice within me still keeps saying I can shine. There was love I thought was distant, there was strength I could not see, till I looked into the mirror and found it waiting there for me. The child I used to be still lives somewhere in me, still believes in morning light and what a heart can be. The child I used to be still whispers through the years, telling me to stand up leaves in morning light, and what a heart can be. The child I used to be still whispers through the years, telling me to stand up gently and not be ruled by fear. I found an old photograph this morning, and I finally smiled at me.
The subway lights were flashing under streets of broken gold. A siren crossed the avenue where the night was running cold. There were voices by the corner, there were shadows on the wall, but a beat came through the darkness like an answer to it all. Somebody said the dream was over, somebody said the lights were gone, but every heart beneath the skyline was still beating to the song. The city still wants to dance, even when the night is heavy. The city still wants to dance with a fire it won't let go. The city still wants to dance through the trouble and the thunder. If the world forgets the rhythm, we will teach the streets to glow. A girl was laughing by the station with a jacket made of blue. She said there's no tomorrow waiting if tonight won't carry you. A man was singing from a doorway with his hands against the rain, and every window in the distance started shining back again. We don't need a perfect morning, we don't need a golden sign. All we need is one more heartbeat and a reason to survive. The city still wants to dance, even when the night is heavy. The city still wants to dance with a fire it won't let go. The city still wants to dance through the trouble and the thunder. If the world forgets the rhythm, we will teach the streets to glow. Under every neon warning, there's a prayer no one can see. Under every tired window, there's a soul that wants to be free. So raise your hands above the silence, let the midnight hear your name. We were never made for hiding, we were born to light the flame. The city still wants to dance, even when the night is heavy. The city still wants to dance with a fire it won't let go. The city still wants to dance through the trouble and the thunder. If the world forgets the rhythm, we will teach the streets to glow. The subway lights were flashing, and the city danced us home.
Color close to blue. The street lights look so tired, like they were leaving too. Your letter stayed unopened by the glass beside the bed. I heard the silence breathing every word we never said. I kept waiting for a reason, I kept for a sign, but the night had no forgiveness, and the clock had no rewind. In the last hour of the dark, I was calling out your name, with the dawn behind the curtain, and my heart still full of rain. In the last hour of the dark, I could feel you disappear, like a song I almost remembered, but could never make you hear. The coat you left was colder than the room had ever been. The mirror kept your shadow like it wanted you again. I walked across the floorboards where your footsteps used to stay, and every step reminded me how love can lose its way. I thought morning might be kinder, I thought light would make it clear, but some goodbyes grow louder when the sunrise gets too near. In the last hour of the dark, I was calling out your name, with the dawn behind the curtain, and my heart still full of rain. In the last hour of the dark, I could feel you disappear, like a song I almost remembered, but could never make you hear. If I could stop the morning, if I could hold the sky, I would keep the world from turning till you heard me asking why. But the pale light found the table and the empty side of me, and I knew the night was ending, with no mercy left to see. song I almost remember, but could never make you hear.
window held the morning, but the room still felt the same. I watched the dark surrender without giving back your name.
I stood behind the heavy curtain with my hands against the seam, hearing every borrowed answer they had placed inside my dream. I wore the dress they chose for me, I smiled the way they knew, but somewhere under all that silence a different voice came through. I had been quiet for so long, I almost thought it was my name. But every heart that hides its fire still remembers how to flame. When my silence broke, it sounded like my own heart calling. Not a whisper, not a shadow, not a voice afraid of falling. When my silence broke, I finally heard the truth in me. I was never made to vanish, I was born to stand and be. They told me where the road should lead, they told me what to choose. They called it love, they called it guidance, but it only taught me how to lose. I kept my songs beneath my ribs, I kept my tears behind my eyes, till the mirror in the empty room could no longer hold the lies. I am not the girl you shaped from all the things you wanted shown. I am the voice you never listened to, learning how to stand alone. When my silence broke, it sounded like my own heart calling. Not a whisper, not a shadow, not a voice afraid of falling. When my silence broke, I finally heard the truth in me. I was never made to vanish, I was born to stand and be. Maybe freedom starts in trembling, maybe truth begins in pain, maybe every locked up promise still remembers its own name. And if the world should turn against me for the words I finally say, I would rather walk through thunder than disappear another day. When my silence broke, it sounded like my own heart calling. Not a whisper, not a shadow, not a voice afraid of falling. When my silence broke, I finally heard the truth in me. I was never made to vanish, I was born to stand and be. I stood beneath the empty spotlight, and the voice I heard was me.
was falling on the square where no one said goodbye. Your shadow passed the station glass and vanished from my eye. I stood beneath the clock tower with your letter in my hand. The hour moved without mercy, like it did not understand. I thought a bell could save me. I thought the sound meant grace, but every chime that crossed the night kept bringing back your face. When the clock tower cried, it rang through the rain for you. Every note was saying something I was too afraid to do. When the clock tower cried, the whole dark city knew that the heart I tried to set free was still walking home to you. Lamps along the platform were trembling in the cold. A train had taken all my silence down the tracks of faded gold. Your glove was in my pocket, your name was on my tongue, but some goodbyes grow older before they're ever sung. I called it fate, I called it mercy, I called it letting go. But sorrow has a quiet way of telling what we know. When the clock tower cried, it rang through the rain for you. Every note was saying something I was too afraid to do. When the clock tower cried, the whole dark city knew that the heart I tried to set free was still walking home to you. Maybe I was saved by leaving, maybe I was lost the same. Maybe every bell that frees us still remembers who we blame. And if you hear it in the distance, past the window, past the years, it is only what I never told you, falling back through tears. When the clock tower cried, it rang through the rain for you. Every note was saying something I was too afraid to do. When the clock tower cried, the whole dark that the heart I tried to set free was still walking home to you. The rain was falling on the square, the night had no reply, and somewhere over empty streets the clock tower learned to cry.
But when you turned and smiled so softly, the dark was painted blue. I was only drifting nowhere, like a heart without a clue. Then the silence started shining when I found my way to you. You lit the night in blue, like a fire in the rain. Every lonely star above me started calling out your name. You lit the night in blue, and the world began to move. Now the rhythm of tomorrow feels like something made for two. I remember how the street lights felt like diamonds on your hair, and every word you didn't whisper was already in the air. I had walked through empty evenings with no answer in my soul. Then your eyes became the music that made the broken whole. No more waiting in the shadows, no more dreams that faded through. Every heartbeat found a reason in the light I found in you. You lit the night in blue, like a fire in the rain. Every lonely star above me started calling out your name. You lit the night in blue, and the world began to move. Now the rhythm of tomorrow feels like something made for two. Maybe love is just a signal. In the dark we finally hear. Maybe hearts are made for shining when the right one draws them near. And if the night should fall around us, I will always know it's true. Every dream I thought was missing was waiting there in you. You lit the night in blue, like a fire in the rain. Every lonely star above me started calling out your name. You lit the night in blue, and the world began to move. Now the rhythm of tomorrow feels like something made for two.
Driving past the county line where the desert lost its name. The radio was breathing static and the moon looked like a flame. There were lights along the roadside, golden red against the sand. A woman waved from the doorway with a silver key in hand. I should have kept on moving, I should have let it fade, but some places call you softly, like a debt you never paid. It was a room with no morning, where the curtains never stirred. Every mirror knew my shadow, every wall had heard my words. It was a room with no morning, at the end of a western road. I came in looking for shelter, but I left behind my soul. The carpet smelled of roses from a summer long ago. There was laughter down the hallway, but no footsteps in the glow. A piano played behind me, though the bar was dark and still, and a man with empty pockets said, "You only pay with will." I asked him where the sunrise was. He pointed to the floor, then smiled like he had seen me walking in before. It was a room with no morning, where the curtains never stirred. Every mirror knew my shadow, every wall had heard my words. It was a room with no morning, at the end of a western road. I came in looking for shelter, but I left behind my soul. Some doors are made of silence, some keys are made of smoke, some promises wear perfume till the truth begins to choke. I saw my coat beside the window, I saw my face inside the glass. I heard the night say, "Stay a little," and felt the hours turning back. It was a room with no morning,
Driving past the county line, or maybe I still am, with the silver key inside my pocket, and the sunrise in the sand. The theater lights were fading on a night of powdered gold. Your shadow crossed the velvet aisle like a story left untold. I stood beneath the painted ceiling with your name behind my breath, while music moved around the room in slow and silver steps. There are moments made of silence, there are words too late to use, and somewhere in the hush between us, love had started losing cue. The curtain fell between us, soft as evening on the stage. No one heard the line I never said. Turn the page. The curtain fell between us, while the last notes filled the air, and all the light that used to find us could not reach us there. Your gloves were lying on the seat like you might return once more. A single rose beside the railing in moonlight at the door. I watched the empty rows grow wider as the hall began to dim. Some loves are only ever spoken by the orchestra within. I had carried all my hoping like a letter in my coat, but the room had learned its ending before I found the note. The curtain fell between us, soft as evening on the stage. No one heard the line I never said. No one turned the page. The curtain fell between us, while the last notes filled the air, and all the light that used to find us could not reach us there. Maybe love is just a distance, measured not by time but glow, by the way a room remembers someone long after they go. If you ever hear this echo past the balcony of years, know I stood there in the silence, holding back 1,000 tears. The curtain fell between us, soft as evening on the stage. No one heard the line I never said. No one turned the page. The curtain fell between us,
theater lights were fading, and your memory stayed on.
The city wore a silver evening in the glass above the street. My name was shining in the window, but my heart skipped every beat. A dress was hanging by the doorway, like a promise made in haste. I touched the lights I used to dream of, and still I felt out of place. I had followed all the bright signs, I had learned to play the part. A question crossed my heart. The mirror asked me first, do you know what you became? Past the lights and polished shadows, past the applause and painted names. First, are you farther than your dream? And I stood there in the silence, not as certain as I seemed. There were roses on the dresser, photographs turned face to wall, a letter sleeping in a drawer I hadn't answered at all. The skyline looked like distant diamonds, but none of them could warm the room. Some roads take you up so quickly, you don't notice what they move. I had worn the smile they gave me, I had walked the floors they knew, but somewhere in the quiet mirror, I was looking back for truth. The mirror asked me first, do you know what you became? Past the lights and polished shadows, past the applause and painted names. The mirror asked me first, are you farther than your dream? And I stood there in the silence, not as certain as I seemed. Maybe every wish has edges, maybe every crown grows cold, maybe what we call becoming leaves a little And if the girl I used to be still waits behind my eyes, I hope she knows I never meant to lose her in the prize. The mirror asked me first, do you know what you became? Past the lights and polished shadows, past the applause and painted names. The mirror asked me first, are you farther than your dream? And I stood there in the silence, not as certain as I seem. The city wore a silver evening, and I finally spoke my